our fellow citizens during this crisis. Thank you. Ms. Tandra Foley, the first 2020 employee of the quarter, will now read the mission statement of the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners.
Good morning. The mission of the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners is to protect and improve the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Louisiana through licensing, regulation, research, and discipline of physicians and allied health professionals in a manner that protects the rights and privileges of the licensees.
Thank you, Ms. Foley.
You're welcome.
I would like to invite any public comment to be emailed to publiccomment@lsbme.la.gov. Let me repeat, please. Any public comments to be emailed to publiccomment@lsbme.la.gov. Remind all of our staff and board members that the mics will be muted and to use the raise hand function to be recognized. Also ask that once you recognize, please state your name before speaking. Also advise that if you mute your mic yourself, it may be unable to be unmuted by Dr. Collada or Mr. Phillips. Just as a note, we'll probably be having some issues with raise hand and et cetera. So please be patient with us this morning. You may notice some changes in the executive session information. These changes are there to protect the due process right of the affected practitioners. Additionally, we will now ask any additions to the executive session agenda to be made now or any time before the completion of public session. We will no longer be able to make additions to the executive agenda after the close of the public session. Also, all public agenda items need to occur before we begin the executive session. These changes are being made in advice of attorneys assisting us from our office. Dr. Collada, Mr. Phillips, are there any public comments?
I can determine.
No public comments at this time.
Mr. Phillips, are we able to obtain public comments at this time with our current situation?
Yes.
We are. Okay, just wanted to check on that. All righty. Are there any addition or any motions that you'd like to put into place this morning before we get started? Hearing, huh?
Kim Sport has her hand raised.
Oh, okay. Ms. Sport, you're recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. I would like to add to the executive session a discussion of the status of pending complaints, please.
Okay, well, this will require a unanimous vote and we'll need a second and we can have some discussion, but because it's an executive agenda item, we will have to limit discussion. But this will require a unanimous vote of the board to add this to the agenda. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Dr. Taylor has seconded. I don't think we can have discussion on this. So Dr. Collada, call the roll. It will have to be unanimous. So a vote of aye will put the item on the agenda in executive session. Dr. Collada.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson is absent today. Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
That's a yes.
Dr. Clark, Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
It's unanimous of the members present.
Okay, please make note that this item is being added to the executive session of today's meeting. Thank you very much. First item is the approval of the minutes from March 29th. Are there any, first of all, let's get a motion. And is there a motion to approve? And then we can have a discussion. You have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
By Dr.
Second.
By Ms. Sport. Any comments, corrections, additions to the minutes?
I'm sorry, I can't get to the raised hands section on my computer. That pop-up keeps blocking.
Ms. Dr. We are having issues. Please go ahead and
So I have one item on the minutes. On page 15 of 540, just above the I certify, whatever, it says these are the minutes of the March meeting. And it says the next board meeting is May 24th, 25th, 2021.
You're so good.
On page 15.
Okay,
The last item under item 25. Next meeting of the board.
what would you like to,
It should be this meeting, April 26th, 27th, right?
I'd see that as a friendly amendment. Issues there. Thank you, Dr. Horton. Are there any other questions or comments? That is. So are there any minutes or additions?
I just have one.
Okay,
It's something very minor. So there are a lot of pages where the end of the page runs into the page number and you can't read those bottom lines. That's it.
all right. Maybe we can do some technical corrections on that.
Sure, that sounds great.
I don't see anything adverse here. So Dr. Collada, could you call the roll for the approval of the minutes, please?
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson is absent. Ms. Horton, Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes,
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes,
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
We have 9 of 9.
Motion carries. First item on the agenda is rulings and advisory opinion.
I don't have a computer. I can't.
Hold on. We're gonna just take about a 2-second break for logging on. Can you use your, you got it on that?
I was supposed to. I haven't had time to bring it up. Sorry. Can you, Alan, we're down, we can't operate down here. I need James down here, and if you could share the minutes, and I'll share later on in a minute. The agenda, and in a few minutes, I'll share the executive director's report. Alan,
I'm getting to it now. I gotta get the agenda real quick.
appreciate it.
I didn't originally have it pulled up, but I get it.
I am sorry, we're down. Nothing
All right.
downstairs, we apologize.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up here. I have it on my computer.
All right.
Go ahead and go whatever page you need to go to. That's on the skin pin.
I'm still, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, I'm just telling them this. All right. So this was prepared and it is a request. That the board give an opinion or advisory opinion or a statement of position on the use of FDA-approved cleared medical device that comes with prescription topical medication, benzocaine, and this device is used and trained by physicians when this device is used on the assessment and order of a physician. This device is not intended, and then the de novo provides that the FDA approved the training. the skin pen literature by the manufacturer indicates then comes with prescription topical medication. So the question is, how can it be used? Can it be used by under supervision? And so the plan here is for us to research this and issue an opinion or a statement of, or an advisory opinion or a statement of position. You tell us what you want to issue and we will prepare it for the next meeting.
Now, Mr. Bonk has prepared something for us, correct?
Yes, it's there. And if Mr. Monk, if you want to comment on it.
Joe?
I guess he's not here.
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm having a hard time understanding y'all. I'm getting bits and pieces, but I'll certainly answer anyone's questions.
Why don't you give us a little, kind of a little synopsis of your, what you wrote there?
All right, let me see if I can. All right, in short summary, FDA clears devices for medical use only. It's prescription use only. Basically, that is understood as a medical device that needs to be utilized under a physician's direct on-site supervision, i.e. Use of medical lasers or chemical peels, which is also attached to that document. As time goes on, more and more doctors think appropriate medical supervision is they're down the street working in the emergency room. They're not doing a physical exam to determine if it's medically appropriate. They're not providing any oversight. So the question is, are we going to turn physicians loose to buy a medical device required by prescription use only, and allow these medical devices to be used by non-licensed people, i.e. a medical assistant that has a little bit of training or a couple hours or lunchtime training on a certain device? Does that help, Dr. Clark?
Thank you very much, because I think what we're looking at, Joe, is asking, I guess, our council to go and write and bring us a draft of a potential advisory opinion. And so I think that probably that would be something the board would want to entertain. So if there's a motion to entertain that, I would accept that motion.
Dr. Clark, if I could interject, if the bottom of my advisory opinion, I don't have it in front of me, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was this early in the agenda. I think the DOI's recommendation, as well as mine, is for the board to modify or revise the current.
Speak a little clearer, Joe, we're losing you.
I'm sorry. The bottom of my advisory opinion, and the DOI and myself are recommending that we modify our current statement of position on use of medical lasers and chemical peels to include all medical devices. It alludes to it, but it doesn't specifically state it.
Well, Joe, so I'm to understand now, you're saying you don't want to get an opinion on just this pen device. You want all medical devices.
Yes, sir. If you scroll down just a little bit for me, Dr. Collada.
See the medical laser thing? I understand.
Whoa, stop. Yeah, whoa. It's all the way at the bottom. Right. We want to add any and all FDA cleared medical devices to our current statement of position on use of medical lasers. That is our suggested disposition.
Dr. Taylor has his hand raised.
Dr. Taylor?
Yes. Do we have a expert or a committee on of either dermatologists or plastic surgeons that we can get some backup on this? I think Mr. Monk has a good idea that we can make a policy that's sort of overarching for all these devices, but I would like to hear from the plastics on what they think about this device and what our current status of the other device policy is.
Now, I'm still unclear what Joe was asking. Maybe somebody else has assumed something that I did not. Is Joe asking for all dermatological in FDA devices or all in any FDA device?
Hey, Dr. And just to clarify, what Joe is trying to ask is whether or not the board can give an opinion on any FDA approved device and on essentially not just this particular one, but any FDA approved device, and whether or not the physician would need to be present or whether they can just delegate.
Okay, my concern is that when we say something about all FDA devices, that would come with what's in the future. I'm concerned about lumping as opposed to sorting. And it may be more beneficial to our licensed physicians to understand that it's about a specific FDA device and not every FDA device that's approved.
I, as the chair of the board, I see this probably needs to be vetted a little more before we agree. I think this thing annually with DOI, executive director, our council, and maybe come back with the board with what you feel is the best plan. I don't think this is the time to go through and try to figure out. I think I'd recommend we table this and come back.
Hey, Van and Rob, you guys got to get two machines up and running so mics are aiming at you, because we can't hear Rob right then at all. So you're gonna have to get two and have them both hooked up. Yeah. That or a directional mic. I don't know if you guys have one of them.
I'm gonna try to. I apologize. We're having a lot of issues, feedback and et cetera, and trying to use more than one machine. So I apologize for that. But my recommendation would be that it appears that we need a little more time to vet this, and I would suggest that the board, the agency internally, take another look with the DOI council and come back with some recommendations to the board on this issue. That would be my suggestion. There's no objection.
No problem. We can definitely come back together with a question that's a little more clear for the board.
Thank you so much. Any objection to that? Hearing none. Thank you very much, Joe. All right. The next item on the agenda will be the draft for open follow-up action items. Dr. Collada.
If it's easier, I can present it since.
Okay,
Yeah,
Mary.
please present it, Mary.
Sure. So we had a question from a member of the public and also a PA. Ms. Christine Corbin asked about whether PAs were permitted to place DNR orders. We did some research and determined that under the Louisiana Physician Orders for Scope of Treatment Act, physicians are the individuals permitted to enter that into a patient's record and are specified as the people who have primary responsibility for this. And so this is a response indicating no physicians have the authority and are the appropriate healthcare provider to place such orders where the patient qualifies under the law. And that's what the letter says.
Okay, are there any comments on the draft?
Dr. Taylor has his hand raised.
Dr. Taylor.
At the appropriate time, I move that we accept this letter to be sent in response.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Dr. Collada, could you call the roll, please?
On the matter of the DNR as outlined by Ms. Payton, Dr. Weather.
Yes.
Dr. Johnson is absent. Dr. Horton.
Yes.
Dr. Yu.
Yes.
Dr. Thomas.
Yes.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
Ms. Sport.
Yes.
Dr. Valentine.
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill.
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
Okay. This motion carries. Okay. Next up on the agenda is the president's report. First of all, it's been a fun time at the legislature. I think Dr. Bellotta is going to fill you on a little bit what's been going on last week before we could get it into these agendas. But the antitrust bill, House Bill 398, has been filed in the House. We'll deeply appreciate Representative Butler for sponsoring the bill. The bill has generated some positive discussion, including with the OLRC and the Attorney General's office since its filing. Some friendly amendments have been placed and it's moving along very well. At the request, Dr. Bellotta and I have met with the leadership on both sides of the House and Senate in regard to 398. And again, it sounds like it's receiving a positive reception. Earlier this month, I also had a meeting with Dr. Bellotta, Drs. O'Neill and Dr. Horton and Dr. Allen in regards to the research Dr. Allen has been working on for almost 2 years in regard to physician mortality. It's been really a minefield that she's had to walk through, but she's done a wonderful job. But the consensus of the panel discussion was that we're just not quite ready to bring this to a board. So hopefully within the next month or two, when we receive more data and get more analysis, we'll be able to present this to you. And the House of Delegates for the Federation of State Medical Boards is scheduled to be this Saturday, May 4th. I've completed my online training and I am ready to go. So with that said, Dr. Bellotta, the Executive Director report.
And Alan, if you could give me the ability to share the screen, I would like to share a screen.
You have it up.
I'm ready. Alan? Alan?
Yes, sir. You're a co-host. You should be able to share. I gotta.
Thank you very much. Well, I can't see my meeting. I don't know why. Okay, hang on. Okay, so share the screen. And where is the device? Okay.
You may just have to read it, Dr. Bellotta.
All right, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not letting me share, but now I can't share. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I got it. I got it up now. Okay. Can everybody see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as we stated earlier, as the president stated earlier, the session is in full bloom. The APR and independent practice passed out, and it will proceed to the floor and then to the Senate Health and Welfare Committee before a joint vote occurs. The PA bill for independent practice is on Health and Welfare's Committee, scheduled for this week. It will either be heard Tuesday or Wednesday, as House Health and Welfare is meeting both Tuesday and Wednesday this week. We talked about the antitrust bill, and I will tell you that we have a sponsor in the Senate to carry the bill, and all of the interested executive directors were being briefed on an executive directors meeting for state agencies by Miss Emily Andrews in the coming couple of days. And the leadership seems to be favorable to this. And also during this first week of the session, we were questioned regarding malpractice case reviews at Senate Health and Welfare. And the Senate, we discovered some problems that were designed into the system, and they wish to address them. And I am told that we will be active participants in this change to affect issues about what the board can do with medical malpractice decisions. I continue to give conferences and set up and help people use CE Broker. At the present time, we have over 8,200 physicians registered, and these providers, we have 25 current providers with over 11,000 courses available, and it continues to grow on a regular basis. You can see the numbers below in my report. We will present the final recommendations on the virtual support group meeting for licensees under investigation at the May board meeting. And the mortality study continues. The contract for data analysis has been signed and sent to state procurement, and we should be finalizing the analysis of the data. We continue to work with the IMLCC, or the Medical Licensing Compact, and we should be able to comply with the July required start date, and rules are in process for that as well. Our lawyers and I have finalized the decision on 2 firms for our outside counsel. And after receiving the board's approval of these 2 recommendations, I, in concert with my staff and the president and vice president, will make a recommendation for one of the 2 firms. The 2 firms are Sher Garner and Jones Walker. And if with your approval, we will proceed on to do that. If you want to get a vote on that right now, I'm happy to do it.
I think that will have, Dr. Colada, I believe that's have to be added to the agenda. That is, Miss Payton, is that, Miss Payton, am I correct? And that would have to be added to the agenda?
You're correct, just because it's stated belatedly in the executive director's report and it wasn't listed in the agenda separately.
Okay. May I have a motion to add the addition of the choice of a counsel for the administrative side of the agency?
Dr. Cresswell has his hand raised.
Dr. Cresswell?
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to make sure that this is adding counsel for what specifically? Is this when we were discussing replacing outside counsel for cases?
The administrative side of the agency? But go ahead, Dr.
At the last meeting, the board instructed us to bring you 2 names, bring the board 2 names, and then I and my staff and will make the decision on which to hire as counsel for administrative matters. This has nothing to do with discipline or disciplinary matters. This has to do with the the outside counsel that would assist our general and executive counsel whenever they need help in the operation of the agency and things like that, such as regulations and that kind of thing. They will not be able to do discipline, as we learned from the Attorney General. They cannot commingle duties.
Perfect. Thank you for clarification.
Okay, so again, I need a motion to place this on the agenda.
Weather, so moved.
Dr. Weather has moved, second.
Sport.
Ms. Sport is seconded. Please call the roll, Dr. Galata.
Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson is absent. Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Sport,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
All right, thank you, and we'll move on with that.
Motion carries.
All right, we have 9 of 9 present.
All right, next.
Need to tell you that the digital conversion is progressing. The bulk of the 4 files have been scanned and indexed. And I anticipate that we'll begin the changeover from CAVRU to back office in May. And we'll try that for 3 months and then make sure we correct any problems that we see in the programming at that time. Here is something I wish to call to your attention. These are our temporary permits, and they continue to grow. And I think that we have also recall that we have made a decision, it's been approved by the governor, that when the governor terminates the emergency order, we'll give 90 days for the orderly transition of care back to our in-state providers. Another thing I wish to call to your attention is this is our current status of all of our licensees. And down at the bottom, you'll look at private radiology technologists, I should say. And you notice that we're down to 1 for the whole state. I think that we need to begin, after the session, I think we need to begin to look at the possibility of closing out that license class with the last person grandfathered in until their death or retirement, and accept no more licensees, because this is a class that just doesn't seem to be moving. Everybody's going to licensed technologists, and more doctors are closing their own offices and are going to work for hospitals. So we'll talk about that, but I just wanted to call your attention. When it comes up again, you'll remember why we talked about it. These are your CE broker numbers for various classes. And again, I think that this reflects the fact that we are making progress. And for example, this weekend I did this discussion on how to use CE broker with the medical prescribing psychologists. So this concludes my report for the board.
There's a motion on, an agenda item that was added for approval of an outside counsel, actually two outside counsels that would be chosen, one would be chosen from. So I need a motion. No, we just had added to the feedback. So I need. Excuse me. Oh, we have feedback. That's your headphone or something.
Okay.
About
I'm sorry what happened. All of a sudden, our systems have come up and we didn't realize it.
all right, so I tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna take about a 15-minute break, and so we can get everything straight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry. I was told. Dr. Taylor, are you able to hear us now? Thank you very much, Dr. Taylor. Alan, if you can hear me, we're ready for you to bring up the rest of the agenda, and I'll stop, and I can stop sharing.
Yes, sir. What page are we gonna pick up on?
Right after the executive director's report, and I'm not sure where that is on the agenda because I'm not looking at it. Hold on a minute, see if I can find it. That would be the newsletter, page 70 of 540.
All righty, I'm fixing to bring it up. All right, y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'd like to call this meeting back to order. First of all, I'd like to apologize to the public and board members for our technical difficulties this morning. But I think we're back online like we should be. And so just to refresh the board, there was an addition to the agenda to add for discussion the approval of 2 outside counsel for the administrative side of the agency. So is there a motion and a second?
Can y'all hear Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Yeah, he's loud and clear. Yep.
Okay, we have no motion, then I guess.
Okay. Is there a motion? Can the board hear me? Alan?
They should be able to hear you. I mean, everything's active over here.
Muted right now.
What is the issue, Dr. Clark, please?
Ms. Ford, during the presentation of Dr. Collada, there was an addition to the agenda of a motion. And that motion was for the board to consider to approve 2 outside counsels for recommendation. Recommendation of 2 outside counsel that the selection to be done by the internally by Dr. Collada and our own counsel. In other words,
Some moved by Sport.
Okay, Ms. Ford has moved second.
Taylor?
Dr. Taylor, any further discussion?
A little clarification.
Yes, go ahead.
We're selecting one of the 2, not approving both. Is that correct?
The board will not be selecting, but at the last meeting, or a few meetings ago, the board had asked that Dr. Collada come back with 2 recommendations and that the board would approve. And then once those 2 recommendations were approved, then Dr. Collada internally with his staff would make a choice between one of the 2. If that's my recollection, I think I am.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And I am correct. I see head.
That sounds right.
Okay, that is correct. Righty. And this is only for overflow. Most of the issues have been taken care of inside our own agency with our current counsel. So this is only in incidents of emergency where they may need to go outside for recusal or et cetera, primarily. So hearing no further discussion, Dr. Collada, call the roll, please.
On the motion to approve the 2 for selection, Dr. Weather,
Yes. Let's see.
Thank you. Dr. Johnson is absent. Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford,
Yes.
Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
You have 9 of 9, motion passes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much again for your patience. I've been remiss to ask if there are any comments from the public. Mr. Phillips.
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. The next item up on the agenda is the draft newsletter, Dr. Kalata.
This is the proposed draft newsletter that we'll be sending out if you approve it. We ask your approval and it will go out in the email in the next 48 hours.
Any questions about the newsletter? Any hands raised?
No hands are raised.
I think we can do a voice vote on this. All in favor of approval of the draft newsletter, say aye.
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 All in dissension? Hearing none. Passes. Next item is the financial report. And Dr. Kalata, who will be presenting that financial report today?
Ms. Lakenya will be presenting that report today.
Ms. McKinney, welcome to the board.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good morning to all. Good morning.
You have
Okay, currently on the screen reflects our reconciled book balances for each of our bank accounts. We have the operations account at 5.6 million, the LSBM payroll account at 161,137. The clinical lab is 1.4 million. The CME account is 1,041,000, and our PHP account is 388,701. So our total book balance for cash is 8.6 million, as reflected on the screen. And next slide, please. This is our LSBM profit and loss, and it shows the averages over 3 years. The license and exam account is 1.1 million, and you can compare that to the previous 2 years. The penalties and fees, those revenues are down. Then we have the PHP and the CME revenue reflected, and also other income. So our total revenues as of February 28th is 1.3 million, and the expenses as outlined below are 1.1 million. So we have an operating surplus amount of $168,998. Next slide. And this is our C-Lab account. The revenues reflect the licenses and the penalties and fees in the C-Lab account. That's 24,000. It is down, and I've reached out to the person who works on this. I'm waiting to get further explanation regarding the decrease on that amount, because it's almost half, a little less than half. And then on our operating expenses, we have the quarterly payment that we pay to LSU. And so it's a timing difference. It's why it's such a substantial increase in 2021. We were not billed during the same time period last year as we are right now. And so that reflects the 26,000 if you look and compare it to 2020 as to why it's a substantial increase in that account. It's a quarterly payment. And so the first quarter payment didn't come until a later month, which is why it's more compared to last year. All right, next slide. Okay, and this is what I do want to, this will be the budget to actual that I would like to present to the board, just so we'll know where we are during the second month of the year. We're 2 months in, so at this point, about 17% of our revenue should have been collected and expended. So right now on the revenue side, we've collected right at 14% of the amounts that have been budgeted. And on the expense side, we had we're on target, just 2 line items where there was, we've expended a little more than what we have projected, and that's in our information systems contracts, but I have communicated with Mr. Phillips, our IT director, and we should not go over in that line item. And on the subpoenas, the expert witnesses, we did have to increase the hourly rate for some of the experts that are providing services just to get more qualified staff. And so we may have to reallocate additional funds in that line item, but those are the only two line items at this time where they're trending a little bit more than what we've initially budgeted. Okay, next slide. Okay, and I'm sorry, and that ends my financial report, and I'm not sure if I have any questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
No hands are raised.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much for that excellent report. I think
you are welcome.
Yeah, so well. Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
All right. What we'll need now is a motion to approve the financial report.
So moved, Thomas.
Dr. Thomas has moved.
Second, O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill has seconded. Why don't we go ahead and do a roll call for financial?
Dr. Thomas has her hand raised. I'm sorry.
Thomas has, yes, Dr. Thomas.
Oh, no, it was just to approve the report. I'm sorry.
All right. Dr. Blunt, please call the roll.
On approval of financial report, Dr. Weather,
Yes.
Dr. Johnson is absent. Dr. Horton,
Yes.
Dr. Yu,
Yes.
Dr. Thomas,
Yes.
Dr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Ford. Ms. Ford. Dr. Valentine,
Yes.
Dr. O'Neill,
Yes.
Dr. Taylor,
Yes.
Ms. Ford.
Yes.
You have 9 of 9, sir, it carries.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. The financial report is approved. Next up on the agenda are future meeting dates. Our next meeting will be like May the 24th, 25th. Are there any conflicts? We're looking at the remainder of the year. I've been told that there will be a hearing scheduled on the 25th of May, and we probably need some sign up for that, please, for a quorum. I've been instructed just about that. So we'll probably have Ms. Jacinta reaching out to you, see if you'll be able to accommodate that hearing on the 25th of May.
Dr. Horton has her hand raised.
Dr. Hart?
And we're expecting that to be a Zoom meeting, is that right?
Yes, it will be. Yes, Dr. Hart, it will be. So,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Okay, the regulatory report, anything there we need to address?
Yes. If you guys want me to, I can go through the 8 different rules that are currently in the promulgation process. We had talked about doing that last time. If that's something you still want me to do.
Yes, ma'am. I spoke to Ms. Payton because these rules are going to be, I think they're going to be finalized in the register very soon. This is a lot of hard work the board has done over the last couple of years, and I thought it would be a good idea that she take the time and we take the time. The public can hear exactly what's going to be in the register. So, Ms. Payton, you have the floor. Please walk us through all of these.
Okay, so the first one on the agenda is the petitions for rulemaking. And this is something being done by most boards. Some have already done it, some are still in the process. And it simply provides the public a way in which to address the board's rules so that they can request adoption or amendment or repeal of a board rule. And for the public that's following along on the web, this is listed on our regulatory progress page as 2020-7. The next one, if you're gonna want to scroll along to physician's assessment of cost. It's 02.01.01. Okay, this one is to provide for the board to recoup its costs following a administrative hearing that allows for certain costs and fines to be imposed as a result of the hearing. And again, that's on the regulatory progress page as 2020-5. The next one is agenda item 2.01.03. And that's with regard to IMGs. A while back, the board was asked to conform the requirements for postgraduate training for international medical graduates to be similar to those applicable to US graduates. Currently, IMGs are required to complete 3 years of PGY prior to licensure eligibility, and US graduates were required to complete 2 years or 1 year with a commitment from a program. And this basically, if you're coming from a program that's approved, that will allow the foreign medical graduates to do the same as the US graduates. It's just an alternative method for licensure. And scrolling to number 4, physician licensure for CME. This one is listed on the regulatory progress page as 2020-4. All of these are on the regulatory page. I'm just reading it so that folks can find them if they're interested. This one is when we changed our continuing medical education requirements so that instead of doing the sampling of licensees as we had previously done in audits, that instead, once this goes through final promulgation, the board licensees will be responding to an electronic reporting service. This is the CE broker that everybody is signing up for. And those, the CME will be automatically tracked, and we will be notified if in fact someone has not completed their CME timely. And if that is the case, they will not be eligible for licensure renewal. And this is with regard to licensees under our normal licensure statutes and rules. The IMLC compact law that was recently passed requires something a little different, and we'll discuss that further into the report. But this will be the standard for most of our licensees. The next one is 0.02.01.05 regarding podiatry, history, and physicals. You can find it on the regulatory process page as 2020-3. And basically, it allows advanced practice podiatrists to do history and physicals prior to a podiatric procedure. The next one is 02.01.06. It's complaints and investigations. And this one is listed on the regulatory progress page as 2020-1. This one has been something that was originally suggested in the LLA's audit report to us. And it allows us to provide criteria to licensees for determining whether the board is going to issue public or non-public action. And it's also guidance to provide a framework regarding future disciplinary dispositions so that there's more uniformity and so that licensees are able to make their own assessment of what type of discipline may occur as a result of something that's an infraction. The next one is 02.01.07. This is an emergency temporary permit that we did originally as an emergency rule in response to COVID. And it just provides an opportunity for temporary permits to be issued to formerly licensed Louisiana physicians and allied healthcare practitioners during a public health emergency who meet certain criteria. And this is listed on the regulatory progress page as 2020-6. And then next we have 02.01.08. And this is, again, physician licensure. It's a license issued with a waiver of qualifications. We were asked and have been asked in several instances with regard to applicants who are appointed by a medical school to a full-time position as a rank of assistant professor, to allow those individuals to be licensed. And previously, we'd run into issues where the hospital did not meet the requirement of being a major teaching hospital. We kind of expanded that a bit so that it represents more of the hospitals that are available in the Louisiana region, and provided specifics as to what was required for the assistant professor and where they would be able to practice while safeguarding the public. And so that's on regulatory progress page 2020-8. And we're hoping that all of these will get through their final legislative committee review and thereafter be published in the register for the second time. We've already gone through OLRC and an initial Louisiana legislative review, and we went through a period of public comment back in November on all of these.
So they're basically completed, awaiting the final review by the legislature, probably by this summer or the fall, should be permanently in the record.
Right.
Register, excuse me. Okay.
Right.
Are there any comments from the public on these rules and or from board members who make any comments?
No public comment at this time.
Also, I wanted to mention that Susie has described each of these rules in the newsletter and given a very nice synopsis of each one. And as I mentioned, they're all available on the website.
Right. The next item is, Mary, again, are some proposed rules for board approval. First is the physician license for the compact. The second is going to be, I'm not trying to steal the thunder here, but it's going to be involving us kind of rescinding one of our rules for marijuana. So please, we have the floor for those items.
Sure. So the first one is, as I mentioned when I was talking about physician licensure regarding continuing medical education, that's one of the areas where IMLC does not really require someone to have a certain number of CMEs in advance of being licensed or renewed. However, Louisiana has always required it, and the IMLC compact law does provide that states can require that of licensees. So what we've done is crafted some some rules to provide for that. The first thing is the IMLC does not provide for oath questions or a determination of citizenship. So we have drafted some IMLC rules that essentially, following licensure, require the IMLC licensed individual to provide the same information that our normal licensees provide. That way it matches really the requirements of the normal licensees. And we've asked them to do that within 90 days. If they fail to do that, either the citizenship or the oath questions, they will be referred to the Director of Investigations at that point. The notice is required to be in writing and sent by certified mail and email. And certainly, we can individually give them more time if you choose to do so, but the rule is in place for 90 days and then the referral. Additionally, there's also a 90-day requirement following renewal for them to show that they have complied via the electronic tracker system of CE Broker with the requirement of CME. And in that instance, if they fail to do so, they will be referred to the Director of Investigations purely for a non-disciplinary meeting or discussion. And then if they continue to the next time that they renew to fail to meet the CME requirements, that multiple failure, very similar to our regular licensees, will then be grounds for discipline. And so what I would ask is for the board's approval of Exhibit 1A, which is a draft of the rules that I just described, And you may think, you may realize that y'all approved something very similar in the last meeting, and that was correct. I did go back and revise them to provide that with regard to the CME, the IMLCC licensee has the 90 days, and then instead of being immediately referred to discipline, has the opportunity to have a discussion with the Director of Investigations that's non-disciplinary. And thereafter, if they still continue to fail, then they'll be referred to the Director of Investigations for possible actual discipline.
Kim Sport has her hand raised.
Yeah, before we move on to the next item, I was going to open this up for the board and for the staff to comment. Ms. Sport?
Yes, a question for Ms. Wilton. On page 120, part H, I just want to make sure that that is broad enough and understandable enough to a licensee, potential licensee, to make sure that we are asking for the filing of any lawsuits and or the settlement of any medical malpractice, intentional or fraud claims in any way related to the practice of medicine, or am I restricting them by asking for that?
So if you don't mind, I'll handle that one just because I wrote the rule, Ms. Ford.
Sure.
So it's A through H of this section just provides topics about which we can draft questions. So these are not the actual questions that they will answer, but they are the topics upon which we will draft the questions that they will be required to answer. And so H is designed to give some flexibility and allow for a variety of questions to be voted on by the board at the time that that form is approved.
Okay.
And so I hope that answers your question.
That does. And then on page 122, regarding CME,
Yes.
there's a lot of time for a person who has not complied with the CME requirements following written notice. I mean, there are a lot of steps there. Written notice, then 90 days after the notice, and then the DOI gets to have a conversation, and then they have until the next renewal to satisfy. It's really, really very lenient. But I understand that if this is something that is just providing a framework for the actual rule that may be
No, this one is actually the rule.
proposed. This is
And-
actually the rule.
This is
Okay.
actually the rule. And the reason why it's broader is because while IMLC law allows us to impose a requirement of CME, it does not allow us to link it to renewal of their license. So unlike our
Okay.
normal licensees, you're not able to say that that they're ineligible for renewal if they haven't done their CME. And in looking at this and talking to the IMLC individuals, they've repeatedly indicated that these folks are not only board certified and extremely well qualified, but are extremely interested in doing all of the appropriate measures. And so rather than immediately referring them to discipline for an infraction of not satisfying the CME, the thought was providing them with the consultation with the DOI, similar to PMP checks, where the law provides that the first time you make an error regarding checking the PMP, you're not disciplined, but you have a call basically, or a non-disciplinary discussion with the DOI. And then you are to comply, and the effort is to comply immediately, of course. But the next time that we would actually check would be upon renewal. And at that point, if they still have not, that compounding effect occurs and they're referred directly to the Director of Investigations for discipline.
Okay. Thank you very much for both of those explanations.
Of course. Okay, so the next one, I should ask if there's any public comment that we have.
Not at this time.
Okay, thanks. If the board's ready, I'll move on to the physician practice in marijuana. Okay, so under 02.02.02, and all of these rules, both the IMLC and the marijuana repeal were listed on the notice. So anybody from the public can take a look at them there. So this is repealing Chapter 77 in its entirety. It was required to be done because Act 286 of the 2020 regular session eliminated the opportunity for the board to make regulatory rules. And as a result, we now have to repeal the rules we have, because in essence, they repealed the right of the board to make any rules. And that would also be enforcing such rules. So we're repealing all of it. And that is, if you just scroll through, everybody can see that the lines go through. It represents what the rules are right now and then how we're repealing them. And that this exhibit B to that is the act that requires us to repeal. If you go down to section B of 1046, you'll see it eliminates the Louisiana State Board of Medical Examiners and leaves only the pharmacy board for doing rules. And that would be the reason that we're repealing.
Any questions from board members or comments from the public?
No hands are raised.
All right, Mary, go ahead. We'll continue to the next item.
Okay, the next.
Proposed rule topics.
Right, the next one is just maybe a progress report. This is 02.03.00. These are proposed rule topics that have already been approved by the board. They were approved at the last session, at the last board meeting. And we're still working on them. Apologize, don't have drafts ready for you quite yet, but we are in the process of doing so. And hopefully the legislative session won't hold us up on this too much longer. Just can't get it all done at once. So it does require a little bit of time to draft those. The next and last topic is 02.04.00. And these are proposed rule topics for board approval. These are areas where we've learned there's either a desire or an interest in amending the rules or proposing some rules. And so we need permission to move forward with drafting those rules and getting them to you. The different topics involve amending the rules on office-based surgery, particularly with regard to anesthesia, to include the regulation of nitrous oxide. A second one is amending the rules for acupuncture with regard to CME and a really not a jurisprudence course so much as rules and laws course. And then the third one is drafting some rules on respiratory therapists. The Respiratory Therapy Committee has requested some changes, and they've even suggested the different rules they want in place. And so we're in the process of reviewing those, revising them, ensuring they meet due process and equal protection requirements. And hopefully we'll have a draft of those in the near future. And the last one is, as you guys all know, the USMLE has a certain number of times an individual can take the different steps of that exam. And the suggestion has been made to conform our rules to match the USMLE requirements for each section. And so you can either vote on those as a group if there's no real discussion involved, or if somebody wants to pull one of them out, we could do that as well.
I'll move for approval of all of them in Globo.
Weather second.
Is this on, and I'm sorry to interrupt, a move on both the IMLC, the marijuana repeal, as well as these topics, or could we take some of those separately? Dr. Clark? Is there a call for a vote on the IMLC draft under 02.02.01?
Ben, you guys are muted.
What I planned to do was Mary to vote on everything once we went through these proposed rule topics. There are 4 bullets, and I was going to ask the board if there's any discussion on any one of these 4 bullets. And if there were an issue with any one of them, I would pull them out before we voted. But I plan on voting on the compact marijuana and these 4 bullets, potentially all in one motion. So the question now is, with the 4 bullets for proposed rule topics, are there any objections to moving forward with any of these rules? With the board, any hands up? Okay, is there any comment from the public?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, now at this point, I would entertain a motion I guess, move forward on proposed rule drafts on physician licensure with the IMLC and physician practice marijuana with repealing, and also motions on the 4 bullets involved in proposed rules and topics. Do I have a motion?
Kim Sport so moves.
This board has moved. Second,
Weather.
the weather. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Abstention. Ms. Mary, they pass. Thank you very much.
You.
All right. We have, is there any public comments at this time? This will be-
No, sir.
Yeah, we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and I'll come back and ask for any further public comments, and then we'll go into executive session. So another 10-minute break. Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah,
back.
you're live again.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Mr. Phillips, is there any comment from the public session this morning?
No public comments. No, sir.
Okay. All right, so without further ado, I will entertain a motion to go into executive session.
So move Valentine.
Valentine, second by Dr. Thomas, I believe. Thank you. With seeing no dissension, we'll be going to executive session. We will need a few minutes to get offline. Thank you.
All right, just like last week, I'm going to open the room and y'all will be transferred to it automatically.
James, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, do I need to stay here or go in the executive session, or what do I do?
Alan will pull you in if you.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. just send them an email because I'm not quite sure whether to stay on or what to do, James.
Yeah, I hope he didn't forget you.
I know, I just sent him an email because I'm the only one in here today. And I know last time I did go in, so I'm trying to. I sent him an email, but he hadn't responded yet. You have his phone number handy? I'll give him a quick call.
I'm sorry, I'm sitting here talking to you and I was muted. Yeah, if you try calling him, you should be able to get him at his extension. But I'm also texting him right now, so hopefully he'll get in touch with you soon. Oh, there she goes. Hey there, Dr. Weather. Everything okay?
Okay, James, you can stop your share. We should be back in public session.
All right, just stop the share.
We're currently back in public session. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the executive session from March 29th, 2021?
So moved, O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill has moved, second.
Second, Valentine.
Dr. Valentine, any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All dissent, say no. Hearing no dissension, the minutes are approved. May I have a motion to approve the litigation report from April 2021?
So
So
move
moved,
sport.
Thomas.
Support, Dr. Thomas, second. All in favor, by voice vote, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All in dissension, say nay. Hearing none, the litigation report passes. On item, Mary, I don't know, I'll just go by item, correct? I won't even mention. Can I?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. May I go items after this? I hope the board knows what I'm talking about. Okay, 4.00.01.
You just said request for a waiver.
Okay.
Oh,
Can I mention that?
Yeah, just the draft.
I can, okay.
Without saying.
All right, the draft, this is the draft MOU with LDH. And I need a motion to,
Valentine approve.
Sport second.
all in favor? By vote
Aye.
aye. Hearing-
Aye.
All right, hearing no dissension, it passes. All right, this is a request for a waiver, 4.00.02. Do I have a motion? I had recommended we table this issue till the next meeting. And let's do,
Move to table this issue till next meeting, Valentine.
okay, so moved.
Second, O'Neill.
All right, so moved. The second is under licensure is 6.00.00. And the first there are two items for waiver of the passage of the USMLE. And the two items are 6.00.01 and 6.00.02. Is there a motion to grant a waiver for passage and licensure of the USMLE?
Sport so moves.
Ms. Ford moves, second.
And Horton,
Dr. Hartnett, second. Any distinction? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any dissension, say no. It's approved. A motion to go back to executive session.
So moved,
moved.
O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill, second by, I think, the support. Hearing no dissension, we're back in executive session, and I have to wait for the computer.
All right, James, you could take that banner down.
Okay. It's down.
All right, Dr. Clark.
Yes, Mr. Phillips, are we now out?
Yeah, we're back in public session.
Okay, thank you. We're now in public session. There's a request to initiate a formal investigation on, I'll need a motion on 7.04.01 and a request to initiate to open and commence a formal investigation on 7.04.02. Everything's okay? All right. And also to initiate a preliminary review on 7.04.03, 7.04.04, 7.04.05, 7.04.06, 7.04.07, and also a motion to be encompassed in one big motion to approve and extend a preliminary review, which is 7.04.08, and also to extend a one-year formal investigation, case numbers 2018-I-786, another case number of 2018-I-788, and 2019-I-101. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second? May I have a second? Dr. Valentine, second?
Yes, I second. I was trying to unmute.
Okay. All in favor? By voice vote, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any against, nay? Hearing none, it is unanimous. Motion carries. We're now into the consent orders. I'd like to recognize Dr. O'Neill for 7.05.01.
I would like to recommend we refuse the recommendation as discussed.
Is there a second?
Sport seconds.
Ms. Ford, second. Again, by voice vote, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
In dissension, say nay. Motion carries. The remainder of the consent orders are 7.05.02, 7.05.03, and then we have the letters of concern, 7.06.01, 7.06.02, which Dr. Weather is recused, and 07.06.03. May I have a motion for those two consent orders and letters of concern, please?
Sport so moves.
Ms. Ford has moved, second.
Second, Valentine.
Dr. Valentine, all in favor by voice vote, say yay.
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 All against, nay. Hearing no nays. It passed by acclamation. We have some closed cases with, I'll need a motion to approve, but with recusals that have been noted. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the closed cases?
Remember, Dr. Clark, that we are pulling 7.7.51 from the agenda.
Let it be, yes, correct. I guess let me just do this. Closed cases, 7.07.01 through 07.07.50. I think that'll cover it, okay?
Yes.
All right, so that would be the best way to do it. So a motion to approve the closed cases from 7.07.01 through 07.07.50 with the recusals noted. May I have a motion?
So moved, Horton.
Dr. Horton has moved, second.
Second.
Second,
O'Neill.
Thomas.
Dr. Thomas is second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Abstention, no. Hearing none, by acclamation. Good. Approved. I need also a motion to approve the malpractice report and the closed case report. May I have a motion?
So moved, O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill has moved, second.
Second, Sport.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any dissension? No. Hearing none, the malpractice report, closed case report have been approved. Who's gonna make this? This is a request to be evaluated by their same facility. I think this was Dr. O'Neill was gonna make this motion. It's 8.02.01.
Actually, that wasn't supposed to be me. I don't forget who it was.
No, he's not abstaining because it's not involving him, I don't believe.
Is this case 2020 I-847?
It's 8.02.01.
That's the agenda item, but it has a case number.
Oh, the case number? Case number is-
2020 I-847?
Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct. Okay,
I'd like to move we deny the request.
okay, Dr. Hart has moved to deny. Do I have a second to deny?
Second, Thomas.
Dr. Thompson seconded. Okay, all in favor of denying the request, say aye.
Aye.
All against, nay.
Nay.
Please make note, Dr. O'Neill has voted in the negative, but the motion carries to deny. Okay, termination of probation routine, 9.01.01. May I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Sport.
This board has moved to approve. Second,
Second, Valentine.
Dr. Valentine is seconded. All in favor of approving the termination, say aye.
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 All in dissension, say nay. Hearing none, it is approved. Okay, our last two items are requests from probationers. And the first item is 9.02.01. And if I recall, Dr. Thomas, I believe, correct?
The motion would be that we accept the physician's request to speak to the board.
Is there a second?
Second, Horton.
Dr. Horton, is there any discussion? Knowing that the discussion must be limited, we're in a public session. Hearing none, let's vote. All in favor of
Dr. Cresswell has his hand raised.
Dr. Cresswell? Dr. Cresswell in public session, just a reminder.
Correct. Well, we are in public session and someone stop me if it gets inappropriate, but the question that I had was not in particular to this particular case, but moving forward, does the board want to allow us to schedule personal appearances again, because that had been stopped?
The chair would not be objection, as long as it's technically possible.
Okay.
Not have an objection to it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor in a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Abstention, say no. Hearing none, motion carries. The last item is 9.02.02. Do I have a motion to accept or deny the request?
Motion to deny sport.
Motion is to deny. Do I have a second to deny?
You second.
Second, Taylor.
Dr. Yu has seconded. We may have to call the roll on this one. There may be a split. Dr. Klein, call the roll.
9.02.02, move to deny request. Dr. Weather.
Yes.
Dr. Lester Johnson is absent. Dr. Horton.
No,
Dr. Yu.
Yes.
Dr. Thomas.
No.
Dr. Clark.
Yes.
Dr. Sport.
Yes.
What was the motion?
The motion is to deny. So if you
Deny.
vote yes, it will be denied. If
Okay.
you vote no, it will not be denied.
I just wanted to be sure because okay, Ms. Ford, you understand that motion?
I made the motion to deny the
Okay.
request.
I just wanted to be sure.
And so I'm voting in support of my own motion to deny.
Okay,
Yes.
I just wanted, okay, so make sure. All right, sorry.
Dr. Valentine.
This is for the last item on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes.
Dr. O'Neill.
On the last item, yes.
Dr. Taylor.
Yes.
What's the vote?
Dr. Thomas has her hand raised.
Dr. Thomas?
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. My vote should be a yes.
Dr. Make note that Dr. Thomas has changed her vote to yes.
Dr. Thomas changed to yes. We have 7 yeas, 8 yeas and 1 nay.
Motion to deny is approved. The Chair will, if there's any further business, I don't think we can add any new business, but if there's any other business, we can entertain it now, or I will accept the motion to adjourn.
Can I would
Cresswell
like,
has his hand raised.
Dr. Creswell?
Dr. Clark, I would like to briefly go back into executive session to discuss the very last case that was denied. I need some specifics from the board.
Okay, motion to go back into executive session.
So
Support.
moved.
Move this, please.
Second.
By affirmation, we're going back into executive session.
Hang on a minute.
Yep, give me 1 minute. All right, James, one more time.
Open session.
We're back in public session, sir.
I'll, first of all, before we have another motion, I'll need a motion to reconsider the past vote on 9.02.02. Motion to reconsider. I have a motion. Anybody hear
So
me?
moved, Valentine.
Valentine,
Second, Thomas.
Dr. Thomas is second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All abstention, no. Hearing none, motion is approved. I believe there's a motion on the floor. Dr. Hart,
Yes, I move that on 9.02.02, we we approve the request for reinstatement of his medical license after he has paid the fees due as previously stipulated, and after he agrees to a consent agreement regarding his future practice.
do I have a second?
Support second.
Ms. Ford is second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any abstention? Carries unanimously. With any other considerations or questions, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved,
Motion to
Valentine.
adjourn.
Motion carries. Everyone have a great day. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
everybody.
Thank